Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. I hope that you are doing well today. If you are new here, my name is Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints most every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I missed last Friday because I had family that came in from out of town and they were staying with us for a couple nights, but I'm very happy to be back. Happy to see you here and hoping that tonight will definitely be very productive because I am in desperate need of it. So if you are watching live, welcome. And if you are watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. What am I reading tonight? I've got two different things that I'm reading. My first is going to be Deacon King Kong by James McBride. For those of you who don't know, this is Kat and I's book club pick for this month. We do a book club meeting once every couple months, and our next meeting is next Thursday, and that one is going to be on my channel because we alternate. So you could definitely come here next Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, and we can talk about this book. And Kat and I usually talk for it's usually a couple hours about whatever book we're discussing, but I am currently on page 158 of 370, so I still have a ways to go, but I'm hoping I can make some good progress tonight. And then the other thing I'm reading, because Kat and I are just doing a buddy read, this isn't something we're doing a video on, but we are going to be talking about Gunslinger together. And admittedly, because I've been so worried about the book club pick, which is, that's more pertinent, more pressing, I should say, at this point, I have not been reading Gunslinger. So I think as a good palate cleanser, because these two books are very, very different, I'm probably going to be kind of trying to alternate between these tonight as much as possible, especially since I haven't picked up Gunslinger in like well over a week. So we'll see how that goes. As always, this is just a chill time. Sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket, or put a fan on you. Our weather has been really nice lately, but I'm also in like that awkward kind of phase of like it's been in like the high 70s, low 80s, where it's like I'll feel cool in the air conditioning and then I'll get warm and like I can't control my body temperature. So right now I'm feeling warm. There's a potential later I might get cold. I don't know. We'll see. But definitely let me know what project you're working on tonight or what books you're planning on reading, because I always love to hear about it. And I'm going to go over to the comments and just see how everybody is doing. And Robert says, grab a drink, grab a snack. And Elena's here. Hello, Elena. She says hello to chat. And Robert says, hello, everyone. I'm currently reading Terminal Boredom by Izumi Suzuki. Very nice. I hope you're enjoying it. Swank says, howdy, everybody. Happy Folklore Day, happy Tooth Fairy Day, and happy Eat a Peach Day. Oh, yes, that sounds awesome. I wish I had a fresh peach right now, but I don't, unfortunately. I do have some. They're in like one of those fruit cups in my fridge, but they're never the same. Robert says, Keaton, I'm going with shrimp scampi. You were very close, Robert. He brought me sushi, so you were in the right vein. And Andy's here. Hi, Andy. Andy says, hi, hi. And Angel's here. Hi, Angel. Angel says, hello, y'all. And Anne is here. Hi, Anne. And Anne says, hello, everyone. But a busy week with medical appointments and did groceries today. I hope the medical appointments went well. That could go either way. So hoping for some positivity there. And groceries, I need to get groceries myself. We have like no food in the house right now. And Chris is here. Hi, Chris. And Chris says, hello. Hope you're well. I'm hoping to finish Oxford Soju Club, which is a NetGalley arc. Very nice. I hope you can as well. Nan says, reading The Idaho 4 by James Patterson, a lot of information that I wasn't aware of. Cool. And Angel says, I'm reading Stephen King's Carrie, should be able to finish it tonight. Awesome. Carrie's one of those that I've never read. I've seen the film. And Melissa says, hi all. Hello, Melissa. She says, I'm going to be reading My Brilliant Friend. I have never heard of that, but I hope it's good. And Angela's here. Hi, Angela. And Angela says, hi, Alex. I'm getting ready to dive into Deacon King Kong tonight. I hope that you end up enjoying it. I can honestly say that it, like the way that the story is told was not what I was expecting the book to be based off of the blurb, but it's been interesting so far. So I'm hoping that you will also find it interesting. And I will also give you all your first question of the evening because our first sprint is going to be for 45 minutes. And my first thing is going to go along actually with the theme that I put as the background for our timer is many people are talking about it feeling like autumn right now. Would you agree? And I'm sure that this is partially going to be based off of where you are in the US, but like I said, like I've had some temperatures recently that have been in the 70s, and after that huge heat wave that was going across the country where it was like mid 90s for like it seemed like solid weeks. It's been a very nice reprieve, I could tell you that. So that is your first question. And Krista, speaking of Carrie, have you ever seen a movie that you thought was better than the book? Oh, I have, but you'll have to give me some time to think about what my answer would be, Chris, because uh, yeah, I feel like I have, but I'm gonna have to think about it. And Tina says, "Good evening, everyone," and good evening to you, Tina. But everybody else, feel free to answer Chris's question. Maybe you'll name one that I'll be like, "Yes, that one." And Angel says, "I have not seen the movie. To be honest, I have avoided most King's movies. I want to read books first. I've never seen The Shining, and I don't intend to because I read the book, and it was not my favorite. I didn't dislike it, to be clear, but it wasn't my favorite." And Anne says, "Yes, I had to find a pair of jeans the past 2 days." Pair of jeans. And Swank says, "A Jaws movie is better than the book." Oh, I forgot that Jaws was based off of a book. And Faye's here. Hi, Faye. Faye says, "Hello. I'm reading American Psycho and World War Z. I just finished Deacon King Kong last night." Awesome. I'm happy to hear that. So I've never seen the movie World War Z, but I read the book World War Z, and I can tell you that based off of what I know of the differences of the movie, because I have a friend who watched the movie and I talked to him about the book, and the two are nothing alike. And I feel like that's one where I would have liked the book a lot better. So I have to try to think of one. It's like, okay, I saw it and I thought the movie was better. Okay, well, I would say in terms of adaptations, one that I just thought was really amazing and is a comfort watch to me, even more so than reading the book, would definitely be Pride and Prejudice, the Keira Knightley version. I really like that one. I need to watch the TV show, like the miniseries edition, because that's the one that my mom watched, and she said that that one was really good. And I've seen pieces of it, and I feel like I would like that a lot as well. So I loved the book Pride and Prejudice, but I enjoy watching the movie more. Okay. And Andrew's here. Hi, Andrew. Andrew says, "Hello, everyone. I'll be reading Enchanted Greenhouse. Hopefully, I will finish it tonight." Very nice. And Robert says, "Blade Runner was definitely better than Electric Sheep." Okay. Good to know because I have not read Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, and I have not seen Blade Runner. And Anne says the movie where the crawdads sing was better than the book. Okay, that's interesting to know because I read the book and loved it, but I never saw the movie. And I think we're starting to get into answers for my question. So I will go ahead. I'm going to star that so I can find it later because I have a tendency to lose my place in the comments. And I will go ahead. Did I share that? And there we go. Get the focus timer up on the screen. And I will see you all in 45 minutes. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I read a little bit of both books, so I got to page 172 or chapter 13 in Deacon King Kong, and I made it to page 134 in The Gunslinger. So overall, pretty productive sprint for me. And before we left, I asked you all, many people are talking about it feeling like autumn right now. Would you agree? Let me go back to our last answer. Melissa says, no, it isn't where I am. Supposed to be about 31 degrees Celsius today. That's about 88 Fahrenheit for those in the States. I am in Southwest Canada. Okay, cool. And Faye says, the Adventures of Huck Finn, Elijah Wood version is better than the book. I have never seen that. I've also never read the book. Faye says, it was really cool here, Southern Ontario, 2 or 3 days ago. I felt chilly enough to put a sweater on, but we're back to summer again now. It was a brief reprieve between sweltering heat waves. Yeah, that's kind of how I'm feeling. Like when people are saying, oh, it feels like autumn, I'm like, no, the temperatures that we were having, I agree with you, because this morning when I woke up, I took Barker for a walk and I also put on a sweater for that. But then by the time even that we got back, the sun was out and I was starting to get hot again. And the temperatures were very mild today, but I know that they're going to go back up because for us, I don't know, things kind of start getting a little bit better, kind of like late September into early October. So like when you would imagine kind of like a true fall to be. So the fact that we're only at the end of August, I'm like, no, I wouldn't be surprised if, 2 weeks from now we had another 90-degree day. And Magnolia's here. Hi, Magnolia. Magnolia says, just a little hello because I'm going to bed early. I'm not feeling very well. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope to get to feeling better soon. There's a lot of that going around right now. I've been talking to so many people that are sick, and I've just been trying to keep myself healthy. And you said, have a lovely reading time, all. Have a lovely sleep. And Swank says, I've been watching Halloween TikTok compilations on YouTube nonstop. It's going to be 103 this week. Oh my God, no. I'm jonesing for fall so bad. I've heard it's supposed to stay warm till November. No! Well, you never know. We have absolutely no idea what's going to happen with the weather at any time ever. So it could get cooler before you know it. Though 103 that's pretty awful. Heidi says, I missed the start. Hi, Heidi. Alex, I have another one for your TBR. Your library may have it. The Carpet Makers by Andreas Eschbach. German sci-fi book from 1995. A primitive culture is being manipulated by a galactic empire, but the empire does not remember why. Oh, that does sound really interesting. Hold on, I got a little piece of paper here. I'll make a note to check it out, to give it a look. Let's see. Makers. Andreas Eschbach. Cool. Thank you. You said, I read The Gunslinger in the summer of 1990 in my first college apartment. I do not think you were born yet. You'll never know. I loved book 2 and 4, the drawing of the 3 and Wizards and Glass, but trust me, stop after that. Yeah, I think Kat and I were talking about how we're going to try to read the whole series together for like that accountability. So I'm really curious, as we continue on, because I even right now, I can tell you I'm like a third of the way into this and I both understand what's going on, but there also hasn't been much world building. So I get what's happening in the context of the story, but not in the greater context of what it means for the world. But I keep reminding myself, it's like there 7 books. So I think that's probably why I imagine that there's going to be a lot more that comes later. He said, I just started Relic, a horror novel. Kat loves it. Okay, sweet. He said, Planet of the Apes, the original movie, is much better than the book. Good to know. And Stina says, hello, everybody. Hi, Stina. I'm working on a project until I have to leave to go pick up my car. Okay, good. Just routine service. I'm glad you put that in there. And he said, hoping to get back to reading when I get home. I'm not sure what, though. Said today is the coolest it's been in quite some time, but it still made it to the high 70s. I don't consider it autumn weather until it's low 70s several days in a row. Yeah, I agree with you. Kind of more in the even into like the 60s. And Travis is here. Hi, Travis. Travis says, "Hey, friends, just got home about to make pot stickers and rice. That sounds yummy. It does not feel like autumn in Alabama. LOL. Usually won't feel it till November, if that." Ann says, "Hello, Travis." Travis says, "Hey, Ann, if I don't answer any of y'all quickly, I'm cooking." She said, "No problem." Travis says, "Reading the second book in the Texas Beach Town romance series, called Crusher. These books are a great mix of adorable and steamy." I love that. And Ann says, "It's 80 here in Delaware with no humidity, supposed to be 58 tonight." Wow. That's a big swing too. But then I guess I shouldn't be surprised because it's Delaware. And Travis says, "We are getting rain and storms here, assuming from the hurricane supposed to last till Monday." Okay. I did not realize that there was a hurricane. And Robert says, "Low to mid 80s here, but the dew point temp is 50 degrees, 10 Celsius for my European fans." Next week, Tuesday through Saturday, low to mid 70s. Lovely. Trevor said humidity is 80 here. Yeah, Robert's feeling the fall. Hi, Tokana. Good to see you. And Angela says, "I have pumpkin spice coffee creamer in the fridge." I didn't even know that they were starting to put that out, but honestly, that makes so much sense because I feel like this is about the time of year when they start putting out Halloween stuff. And then, like, the month before Halloween, you're already going to start seeing Thanksgiving. So that makes sense. You said, "And I made a pumpkin spice cheesecake kind of dump cake this week," if that tells you anything. That sounds good, though. Mm. And Travis says, "Angela!" And you said, "I've missed you. Hope you're feeling better, friend." Yes, I hope you are too. And Tokana says, "LOL, I mean, the feel like was only 98 today, but no autumn feels here." And Faye says, "I read some American Psycho." Yeah, that'll be one, Faye, that'll be a good comparison, I guess, between the book and the movie. I've only seen the movie, and I can definitely say I'm not a fan of it. It makes me deeply uncomfortable. Angela says, "Thank you, Travis. I've missed you too. I'm better, but not 100% yet. More therapy to do." Swank says, "Cat got COVID." No! I meant to check on her today anyway to talk to her about my progress in the books that we're reading. I did not realize that she was that sick. I'm sorry. Tokana says, "LOL, only reason to have a sweater out here is we have the AC just constantly running. Rip electric bill." Yeah, my electric bill in the winter is always the worst, so I'll take my electric in the summertime any day of the week. And Melissa says, "Read about 306, or excuse me, read about 36 pages, got to page 87, about 26% of the way through the book." Very nice. And Elkie's here. Hi, Elkie. Elkie says, "Hello. No, even here in Scotland, it's still quite warm, and I would never say August is fall." Yeah, me either. September at the earliest, and even then, it can still be quite warm at times. Absolutely. Not usually in Scotland, though. Yeah, there was a festival that I used to go to years ago, which, like, kind of celebrated. It was almost it was like a Ren fair, but it wasn't. So you could go and you could dress up and, you could buy like a corn cob and rabbit stew, and you could buy things from vendors and like crafts and do like axe throwing and stuff like that. And it was a lot of fun. And I think it's always at like the end of September, and it's right about that time when you're starting to kind of feel like, oh, it should be fall by now. And every year that we've gone, you would like get a sunburn. It's so hot. So even in September. And Ann says they had everything pumpkin everywhere in the bakery section of the grocery store. People are feeling it, I'm telling you. Travis says my electric bill was $360 this month. Oh, see, I don't see electric bills like that except in the wintertime, because my electric bill that I just got was $158. But my highest electric bill last winter was 460, 480. It was pretty bad. Faye says, "Yeah, I'm deeply concerned about anyone who is a fan of American Psycho. I'm almost finished. I've almost finished it though. It's been an experience." So Keaton was the one that wanted me to watch that movie, and I wouldn't really describe him as a fan. I think a fan would be like you said, it's like that's not a good way. If you're a fan, that's a little like red flaggy. But he definitely wanted me to see it because of the, I don't know, pop culture references and everything that are made about it, and just like kind of how it impacted. I don't know if you want to even say how it impacted film because it started out as a book, but I hope you understand what I'm saying. It's just the everything that came after. And so when I saw it, I was like, "Oh, okay, I finally get all of these references that people have made to American Psycho, but I didn't enjoy it and I don't want to watch it again." There you go. Harper says electric bill in the summer, $90 last month, 149. Oh, $90 is pretty good, Robert. 149 is about on par where I'm at right now. And Melissa says September can be quite warm where I'm located as well. I remember one year sitting down to Thanksgiving dinner in summer clothes. One year Thanksgiving in Canada is in October. Oh my God. Wow. And Stina says, when I lived in central Missouri, sometimes during Labor Day weekend was the first day of autumn weather, almost like clockwork. That's wild. That's so interesting. Alrighty, well, I'll give everybody their next question, which is going to be, what is a common or popular body spray, cologne, or perfume that you hate? And it doesn't have to be like a specific one. Like you don't have to pick a brand and then say this perfume by this brand, but if you know that there's like a larger brand that makes sense and you don't like anything from them, you can name that as well. And Robert says American Psycho business card breakdown. Yes, that is actually one of the things that when Keaton and I are making jokes with each other about that movie, that's one of the things that we reference. Let's see Paul Allen's card. I freaking hate him so much. It's just gross. So gross. Faye says, yes, same with the book. I appreciate its literary merit, but I can't say I'm loving it. That's good, Faye. I'm not worried about you then. Stina says, sunny and hot one day, perfect for hanging out at Lake of the Ozarks, and then cool and rainy the next. Ah, Lake of the Ozarks. My dad wants me to go there with, he wants Keaton and I to go there with him and Sandy to go and like putt around in the, because I guess there's like a bunch of bars that you can like rent a boat and you can go, and they have like some funny names, I guess, that are kind of like inappropriate, and dad finds it hysterical. He says I've got to go with him. And I do like boats. I think boats are a lot of fun. Alrighty, I'm going to put the next 45 minutes up on the clock and probably going to try to finish this chapter in the Dark Tower. Let me look at how much more I have left because they're always broken up into smaller sections. Okay, maybe not finishing this chapter because this one's actually really long. I just saw that there's a section 13. So maybe not finishing the chapter, but I'll read a little bit more of this and then I'll go back into Deacon King Kong. All right. I'll see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I did a little bit of reading in both books, mostly in Deacon King Kong, and I made it to page 184. And I also had a little bit of wine and some cheese and crackers, which I was required to share with my dog because he makes me pay the tax every time I want to eat cheese. Makes me feel bad if I don't share any of it with him. So before we left, I asked Will the question, what is a common/popular body spray, cologne, or perfume that you hate? I will go first, and mine is anything Axe body spray. Doesn't matter what scent it is. If it's Axe, I can tell, and I hate it. Delcana says, that sounds fun. Oh, talking about the boating. Yeah, my dad made a joke. I think the place was called, it's a bar on the lake, and it's called Dick's Halfway Inn. I believe that's what it's called. And Hokana says, gonna run to the store, see you in a bit. And Faye says, I find all perfumes, colognes equally migraine-inducing. Very fair. And Anne says, Old Spice because it reminds me of my father. The smell makes me angry. Okay, good to know. I didn't think that I would like Old Spice until that ended up being like the scents that Keaton wears. So I find that I like them, but my only association is with Keaton. So if you had, somebody who wore it and it became a negative association, that makes perfect sense. And Stina says, Giorgio, I'm not genetically allergic to scents, but whatever they put in that stuff makes me think I should get an EpiPen. Ooh. So it makes you like get hives and get puffy. And Swang says, I can't stand old lady perfume like my mom wore White Diamond and other Elizabeth Taylor perfumes. Okay. My grandma Julie wears La Via Belle. And before that, there was another perfume, but I don't know the name of that one, but I know La Via Belle because I have actually bought that for her before. And Sina says, I also don't like patchouli. It smells like BO and dirt. I also don't like patchouli. Robert says, Axe body spray is for people that have plumber's crack and unwashed neckbeards that live in their mom's basement. Old Spice is for carpet salesmen. Oh, that is so funny. That's freaking hysterical. I love it. Jamie says, hello, Alex and chat. Happy Friday to you all, and happy Friday to you too, Jamie. He said, I'm going to have to go with just about every cologne, perfume, and body spray. Almost all of them just give me a headache. And Angela says, Beautiful by Estee Lauder. A coworker wore it every single day for 11 years. I don't know how I survived. I have friends that are absolutely obsessed with perfume and they talk about it all the time. And they are determined that they're going to find me one that I really like. And I've tried to tell them, I'm very particular about scents because which the majority of scents I don't like, just period. But even if there was one that I do enjoy, that doesn't mean that I like it on me, because obviously your body chemistry changes the way that something smells. And if I can smell myself, that's a bad sign, because that means that one, I'm not adapting to it, and two, it's probably something that's making me feel sick, which is why I don't wear any scents at all. I mean, I wear deodorant, but that's it. And so it's just funny to me that next time I see them all, they're probably going to have fragrances that they want me to smell to be like, hey, do you like any of these? I'm not going to say it can't happen, but I'm highly inclined to believe I probably won't like any of them, at least not for me. And Jamie says, I finished Mexican Gothic and Deacon King Kong yesterday. Slow day at work. I have about 60 pages left in 7 Stones to Stand or Fall, so that's my goal for tonight. You've been busy, girl. Dang. And also, good job. I'm glad that you're going to be there for the book club. Woo woo. And Melissa says, I really can't stand any sort of perfume or body spray. Had a really bad reaction in a biology class in grade 11 from a parent who really overused her perfume. Oh, God. That sounds awful. I'm so sorry. Zach says, hi, I'm reading Dealing with Dragons by Patricia C. Reed. Is the W silent? Good middle grade fantasy. Awesome. And also good to see you, Zach. Stina says, fortunately, Giorgio is largely an artifact of the 20th century, but I feel like I can't breathe, which tracks with the new knowledge that I probably have mild to controlled asthma. Oh my goodness. Yeah, anything that would trigger your asthma would be pretty bad. And Anne says, my wife bought this scented candle. I don't know why, but it smelled like my grandmother's bathroom. We got rid of it. That's fair. The only scented things that I typically buy anymore, because I don't really buy candles. All of the candles that I've gotten recently have been things that have been gifted to me. And some of them I've had to get rid of because they were not scents that I would have bought for myself at all. Hang on, where was I going with that? I got sidetracked by candles. Oh, yeah, so the only scents that I typically buy are, like, the ones that I have used for years, like, the ones that I can't even really smell anymore because they're just they're the ones that I know that I like, and so they're the ones I buy. But there are, like, once a year, if I go to, like, some sort of craft show or I go to, like there's, like, kind of like this artist, I don't know if you would describe it as like a colony, but like an artist colony place that you can go to where they have different people who, are specialized in crafts. So you have like leather workers and people who make soaps and things like that. And there's usually like one bar of soap that I'll buy, and it's because it reminds me of scents from my childhood. So, like, I had this one specific soap that I really loved as a kid, and they don't make it anymore. And the only way I could describe it is it was a bar of soap, and it was wrapped like in like a scrubby, so you couldn't get the bar of soap out. It was actually enclosed, and so like you would scrub your body with it, and it was just like this very specific smell, and it just is so deeply associated with my childhood as being like a really good comforting scent. But other than that, I really don't buy things with a lot of smell, because usually I found, especially with candles, the way that they smell when you open them and you just like sniff the lid is nothing like how they smell when you burn them. Usually because when they're burning, it's way too strong. So if I do light a candle, they're always unscented. So like the ones that I use in the bath and stuff, or like while I'm taking a bath, they're always just plain white candles. I do enjoy bath bombs, but I'm picky about those too. Anyway, that was long-winded. Zach says, patchouli is also my least favorite scent. To pick what I like is Duke Cannon Sawtooth. Okay, I've never heard of that. And Stina says, dealing with dragons is so much fun. And Faye says, I don't think I know what patchouli smells like. I don't think that you would like it, Faye. And Zach says, I don't know how to pronounce. Is it Vreda? Reda? I'm not sure. It's a cool last name. Stina says, my husband is super sensitive to everything: cats, dogs, scents, horses, grass, trees, you name it. So our house is unscented. Very fair. The thing that is funny about Keaton and I is that he and I like very different scents, especially when it comes to candles. And his like room that his computer and his record player and everything is in is like an open room leading into the living room. So it's its own section. You can't see him when you're in the living room, but there's a connecting hallway. So whenever he lights a candle, he usually has to tell me that he's burning a candle so that I'll be ready for it whenever the scent hits me if I'm in the living room. Because otherwise I sit there and I'm like, oh God, what is that? But there is one that he got recently that I genuinely thought smelled really good. And it was one from Bath and Body Works. And I think it was something like lemonade sweet tea or something like that. I'll have to see if I can find it, but we both smelled it and we're like, oh, I think that would be a good smell for the house and one that I think I could tolerate. And it ended up being really nice. And Swag says, it smells like Ren Fair, like a Ren Fair. And Faye says, Swank, I've never been to one. Ren Fairs are really fun. Best part about a Ren Fair is eating your way through it. So I would argue that's my favorite thing of pretty much every festival. And says, I like candles with the wooden wicks. Oh, yes, the ones that crackle. Those are fun. Robert says, it's reedy. Reedy. Okay, good to know. Thank you, Robert. Zach says, I finished Deacon King Kong last night and really liked it. Oh, good. I'm looking forward to talking about it next Thursday. Swank says, like hippies, they use it as deodorant. I think I've heard that before. Yes. Patchouli as a body scent. I've only really encountered patchouli as like an incense, and that's how I know that I don't like it, because I don't like the smell of incense. And Face says, Swank, I've never met a hippie. You got to go to a Ren Fair, Faye. It's fun. Though it probably would also be very overstimulating because there's typically a lot of people, but you know, there's that too. But I'm going to give you all your next question. Let's see. Honestly, I think I'm just going to make this one a simple, what do you have going on this weekend? Just very simple. And Faye says agoraphobic. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about as soon as I said that. I was like, well, maybe not, because there's a lot of people and it's outside and you'd have to travel for it, and that probably wouldn't be very fun. But I tried, Faye. I'm sorry. And Strength says, Faye, you need to get out more. No, I think that's the thing. She doesn't want to. Yeah, she says, no, I don't. And Anne says, one of my cats is allergic to Pine-Sol. Oh, okay, totally separate note. I miss the Power of Pine-Sol lady. She was great, and I do like the smell of Pine-Sol. I think is in terms of cleaning products, Pine-Sol smells really nice. But to have a cat that's allergic to that is very interesting. Alrighty, all. I will give you your next timer, 45 minutes up on the clock, and I hope you have a wonderful reading time. I don't know what I'm going to dive back into, but we'll see. See you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I'm feeling sleepy. Keaton had to make me some coffee. I have a little bit of coffee. But I made it to page 190 in Deacon King Kong, which was actually past the point that I was hoping to get to today. Because overall today I've read, let me see, 60 pages, which is pretty good, especially after having just not been able to read a lot lately. So I'm pretty happy with that number. And before we left, I asked you all the question, what do you have going on this weekend? After having a really busy weekend last time, both Friday, well, I should say Friday through Sunday, this weekend, we don't really have a whole lot going on. It's going to be pretty relaxing, which I'm looking forward to because sometimes you just need to kind of decompress a little bit after, having a lot going on. And the weeks had been really busy too, and kind of like not being able to catch my breath after the prior week I had had. Because I don't think I got to tell you all that I had dealt with like a water main break at my job, and that had created a lot of problems. And then, it was just really stressful all week, like dealing with that. And like just other things that I had going on with work. And then, then you got family coming to visit, and I ended up grilling out and things like that, which was fun, but still like mentally and sometimes physically taxing to do that. And then had another full work week after that. So just looking forward to kind of getting a chance to rest. And I think on Friday, I actually might go to a local card shop and play cards with some people, which I'm looking forward to. It might not work out, and that would be okay if not, but it would just be nice to just kind of get out and do something I don't normally get to do, and then have some time at home to rest. So we'll see how it goes. And Zach says, Lavender Mr. Clean is my new favorite, but I do like Pine Sol. Does anybody else agree with me that the old Pine Sol commercials with that lady were the best? That's the power of Pine Sol, baby. I love those. And Anne says he started sneezing and wheezing after smelling Pine Sol. That's so sad. Stina says, hopefully I will have enough reading time this weekend to finish Forsaken Beauty and the Ether Beast in time for temporal textual talks on Sunday. I bet you can. I believe in you, Stina. And Swing says, nothing planned this weekend. Too damn hot. See, our weekend's going to be really beautiful, so I might even be able to get outside a little bit. I know I will with Bub because he always wants to go for walks, but just to like get out and exercise a little bit would be nice too. Stina says, I don't think I've ever smelled Pine Sol. We used Murphy's oil soap for spot cleaning, and whatever our cleaners use don't have any scent to speak of. That actually would be really nice. I don't really enjoy this scent of cleaning products. There's a couple that I like because after using them, like it to me, it just gives the sense of the thing that you have cleaned being clean, if that makes sense. So like Keaton really hates the smell of bleach, and there's like certain sprays that I use that do have like the scent of bleach, and to me that smells like cleanliness, but for him it gives him a headache. So I like kind of have to adjust and adapt like how I clean things and the products that I use. So it can be a little tricky. Anne says, the only thing I have planned is reading. We haven't had any quiet family Saturday at home in a couple of weeks. Then I'm glad that you're going to be able to have that quiet Saturday because I know how important that is. He said, I think you would remember the smell of Pine Sol. It is very distinct, but very good. And Chris says, my main goal this weekend is just to de-stress. I've been stressing a lot lately, hoping to do that through ARGs. I hope that you can de-stress as well. I'm sorry to hear that you've been anxious. I hope that it gets better for you. And Robert says, weekend, knucklehead, flea market, vintage clothing with live bands, carpool, kamikaze. That sounds like a lot of fun. Flea markets in general are really fun, but then if there's also a live band, that sounds great. And Travis says, sorry, had to hop off a minute. Sorry, had to hop off a minute, ate dinner, watched an episode of Somebody Feed Phil. Amazing show. I have never heard of that. Weekend plans are just to rest, going to see Weapons tomorrow afternoon with the bestie. Cool. I hope you have a great time. And Angela says, Sunday will be game day and carry out with my daughter and grandsons. We try to get together every other week. I think that's lovely. Hope you have a great time. Tokana says, I'm back now going to read the third Dungeon Crawler Carl book. Awesome! I've heard a lot of good things about those. I feel like I'll eventually, one day in the distant future, need to read them. They'll probably all be complete by then. It's probably going to be like 12 of them. And actually, Angela reminded me of something because she said game day. I just realized that I am not going to be able to be here next Friday either. So the trade-off there is if you guys come to the book club meeting, you'll get to see me on Thursday, but I will not be able to be here next Friday because I have a work event that I'm hosting, and I'm looking forward to getting to go, but it's like off our property. It's my very first ever event that I get to host that is not on like what we call our campus. So that's going to be a really big deal for me, and it's going to be outside. So I'm really hoping that the weather holds out. Fingers crossed. But yeah, I feel bad now. I'm like, dang it, I missed last weekend and I'm missing this coming weekend too. I'm sorry, guys. And Talcana says this weekend's going to see a movie with friends and have a first Lego team meeting. That sounds cool. Kathy says, sorry, I'm late. I just got here this weekend. I plan on doing some spring cleaning. I love it. You know what? It can be spring cleaning whenever. People never differentiate between like spring cleaning and fall cleaning. It's always just spring cleaning. Steven says, car is ready. Hope to be back later. Well, good. Glad to hear that. And Jamie says, got about 14 pages read. Very nice. Melissa says, it got to nearly the halfway point in My Brilliant Friend celebrating my sister's birthday this weekend. Cool. Hope that's fun. And Jamie says, this weekend will be pretty chill. Plan to do some reading, scrapbooking, and sewing. Very nice. And Andrew says, it's Angel's birthday on Sunday. Ah, Angel, happy early birthday. We are on vacation this week, so out to eat a lot and book shopping. That sounds like so much fun. I hope you all are having a great time. And Heidi says, the Echo Parsley Scent multi-purpose cleaner smells so great. Thank you for that, Heidi. I don't think I've ever smelled that before. Jamie says, hope you enjoy a weapons. Travis saw it last week. Robert says, Alex, this no Friday thing is becoming a habit. I know it. That's what I get for having a life, Robert. Well, actually, I shouldn't say it like that. I think it's because I actually considered this the other day. If I were to regularly host my sprints on any other day of the week, like if it was like a Tuesday night, right? A Thursday night, it wouldn't be hard because people don't plan things usually in the middle of the week. I mean, sometimes that can happen, but it's really not all that often. But the fact that I do it on a Friday, that's prime time for like if anything's going to happen, if people are going to come for the weekend, if you're going to have any sort of event or friend get together or whatever, it's probably going to be on a Friday night if you can't do it on the weekend. So I think it's just the nature of the fact that I picked Fridays. So yeah, but also consider that as the weather gets colder, that it will not be happening really ever, because there was the one adult swim night I went to. You can't swim when it gets cold. The outside event that I'm having for work, that will not happen as it gets colder. And unless actually it's highly unlikely for the rest of the year that my family that came to see me is probably going to come visit again. It's possible, but I don't think it's very likely. And Teresa says, hello, Alex and friends. I was busy with yard work, so just getting in, just started the tender land and in the middle of falling. Very nice. Well, glad to see you, Teresa. Anne says, is anyone doing Shorty September? I've never heard of that, but that sounds, that's really cute. And Angel said, oh, thank you. You are most welcome. And Robert giving me hearts after giving me shit. I know that that's just the way we are, Robert. I do love it, though. And I'm going to give you all, let's see, our second to last question of the evening, which is what it always is. And that is, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? So it can be anything. It could be, specifically, it needs to be something that's interesting to you. It does not have to be interesting to anybody else. That's the main thing, is I just like learning new things, even if I have no idea what you're talking about. And I will do another 45-minute sprint. And I do think probably for our last sprint of the evening, I'll make it a 30, just based off of my energy level. But who knows? This coffee might get me wired here soon, and I might want to stay up longer. So we'll see. And Heidi said, out of the 52 Fridays, I think you have only missed a few, which is pretty good. Well, I haven't done the full 52 for the year yet, but I think, yeah, I think you're saying for, I don't even know what week of the year this is. After we get past February, I can never keep track of what week, but I would like to think I have a pretty good track record so you all don't feel like I'm inconsistent. The last thing in the world I want people to think I am is flaky. I deal with a lot of flaky people in my life, and I find it enraging. It's like I'm always very upfront and transparent about like when I can and can't do something rather than just not being able to show up, just ghosting everybody. Teresa says, and I did it last year, but I think this year I will focus on series September. Very fun. And Anne said the idea is to read books less than 200 pages. I think that would be really fun, especially if, like me, you have like comics and stuff that you enjoy reading. I haven't read a manga in a long time, but if you read a manga, that would be pretty easy too. So that sounds like fun. All right, everybody. I will get us on going on our next sprint, and I will see you all in a little bit. I think I'm gonna read like a magazine really quick, just kind of do something fun to give myself a little bit of a break. Still read, but not a novel. And I'll see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I didn't get any reading done in my novels, but I talked with Keaton for a little bit and I did some reading of a magazine online. So that was fun. And my question I asked before we left was, what is something you've learned over the last week that was interesting? And I'll talk a little bit about the thing that I learned, which was I was curious about the process of people making their own acrylic dice. It's not really something I necessarily want to do, but I have a really good time on Etsy sometimes just going and seeing the things that people create in relation to hobbies that I have. And I have like multiple card games and things that I play that also require dice. And so I kind of just went down this rabbit hole of like looking at the cool ones that people had created. And then I got curious about like how do people make dice and like what materials do they buy. And there was this guy I found on YouTube, and it was actually kind of funny. You know, he was talking about the different types of silicone that you can get and the resins that you need, and just like all the different supplies. And one of the comments he made was that you can get food grade silicone if you want to make edible dice, which I guess was something that he had actually done before. And then that got me thinking about like pastries, or like, you know, if somebody got like a wedding cake and it was like, you know, Dungeons and Dragons themed or something. I don't know. Just like there's all these like little mini rabbit holes that you can go down by just like asking one question. And I thought that that was really fun. So that was what I learned about. And let's see, the last question we had here was Kathy said, and I plan on doing a shorty September. Cool. And Jamie said, you are definitely not flaky. I have worked with flakes. No bueno. Well, thank you, Jamie. I appreciate that. And Teresa says, I recently read that air fresheners and sprays and those candle melt things are toxic to cats and other pets. I say cats because I have 3. Okay, that makes sense. I don't use any air fresheners or sprays or candle melts. I don't do any of that stuff. Mostly for me, I mean, it's not only about the scent. So, like, the candle melt things, I had one of those at one point. I didn't use it for very long. My biggest concern with it is that I didn't want to leave it on when I wasn't around, but then if I forgot to turn it on, then I wasn't really getting any use out of it. And so I just kind of felt like for me, it was a waste because I was always more worried about like it somehow overheating than anything else. And I generally just, you know, I don't want my house to smell like an air freshener. I've wondered before, like, because everybody's house smells differently. Like everybody's house smells like them, and you don't realize what your house smells like. And I always get that fear when people come over. I'm like, God, I hope my house smells okay. So I don't know, maybe I would benefit from an air freshener so I wouldn't worry about that, but it's just not something that I do. And Heidi says, you can do a reading theme for every month. How about Sci-Fi September or read Lord of the Rings since it's Bilbo and Frodo's birthday on September 22nd? Is it? That is really cute. Aw. And Swank says, in 1943, American banker Donald Triplett became the first person officially diagnosed with autism. He was recorded in early research as Case 1. I didn't know that. 1943. Thank you for sharing, Swank. And said, Teresa, the vet told me that soy candles are not toxic. I have one who is 8, but he still has kitten spells, so candles frighten me. That is understandable. Barker is absolutely terrified of fire. So the one good thing that I have is that he will not go near any candle. And if he even like can hear one, because he, you know, they hear really well. So he can even hear one. He will not go in the same room as wherever the candle is. And so we also don't keep him anywhere where he could potentially eat one either. So that is not something I've had to worry about with him, although he has definitely eaten other things he hasn't supposed to. And Zach says, I don't officially participate, but here's a few shorties I'm going to prioritize. Chlorine by Jade Song, Bright City Shattered by Millie Ebcasis, and Comfort Me with Apples by Catherine M. Valent. Catherine M. Valent is an author that I enjoy, so that sounds like fun. And for He Can Creep by Siobhan Carol Sipsworth. I work with a lady named no, maybe, yeah, it is Siobhan. Okay, cool, because I was like, is hers written differently? But no, I think that that's a really cool name. By Simon Van Buy. Olivetti by Allie Millington. The Lucula Hive by Cody Kmock, and Into the Gray by Margaret Killjoy. Very cool. Very nice. That's a lot of recommendations too, Zach. I know you haven't read them yet, but I mean, if you're that interested in them, that's probably for a good reason. And Anne says, thanks, Zach, for the suggestions. You said that you can be tracked by pings for your cell phone on cell towers. Oh, yes, you absolutely can. Which, I mean, I understand if some people find that to be uncomfortable. I have fully accepted the fact that we live in a time when they can find you for absolutely any reason. Like there's really not a way to like live off the grid anymore. And so I try to take it as a comfort, since I'm a law-abiding citizen, that means that if I'm ever in danger, somebody will be able to track where I'm at by pinging my phone, assuming that I have my phone. Always take your phone with you. That's why it's important. If you disappear and you have your phone, as long as the person who disappeared you didn't take it, they would be able to find you. Have your phone and turn it on. Alicia says, hello, Alex, and hello to you, Alicia. Just joining, finished up dinner with family, already read my 3 books for this week, so working on my book journal. Good for you. That's fabulous. Hope you had a lovely dinner with your fam. And Angela says, thanks for the sprints, Alex. I nodded off while reading. Bless your heart. I'm sorry. So I'm calling it a night. Have a good week ahead. You as well, Angela. Thank you. Robert says, I picked up a Hell House Richard Matheson Unbound book block from Sunta Press, and it's been an interesting search for book binders in New Jersey. I need the binder to add the boards to the pages. Okay. You know what, Robert? I think if you put the research into it, you could probably bind it yourself. You could probably figure out a way to do that. But I understand if you want to hire somebody too. Jamie said, I learned today that the building I live in is officially 100 years old this year. Dang, that's cool. It's kind of wild, though, to think, like, I and I know many other people kind of live with the mentality that 100 years ago, you know, it's more of like, I don't know, 1900. You know, it's kind of like the early 2000s mentality. And then I have to constantly remind myself that, like, no, it's 2025 and 100 years ago was 1925. And that just feels really weird. So that's really cool. Talcana says, ate dinner and doom scrolled. Sometimes that's just what you got to do on a Friday night. As long as you've also found something happy in there. You know, if not, try not to go back in because you're just going to feel worse. Melissa says, got some done on my book, learned really nothing over the past week. And that's okay. Jamie says, started dinner and read another 10 pages. Very nice. Andrew says, I learned astrophotography is super expensive and vodka, coconut, rum, pineapple juice, and cranberry juice is a pretty good mixed drink. Oh, that's great. I love that. I'm assuming that is in respect to your vacation that you've been taking, and that makes me very happy. You said, also, if Yellowstone ever goes, we're all doomed. Yes. Yes, that is absolutely true. And JV says, well, that sounds tasty, Andrew. I'm assuming not the Yellowstone part. And Melissa says, thanks for the sprints. I can hear cutlery being taken out of the drawer. Oh, okay. Take care, Melissa. And Zach says, Ciobon is pronounced Siobhan. It's one of those strange Irish spellings. Oh. Okay, well, I'm very happy then that I've never said that name to the woman that I worked with, because I know that that's her name, but I've never had to say it out loud. Siobhan. Okay, I will try. I'm going to write that down because I got to try to remember that. I don't talk to her very often, but she's always been nice to me, and I would hate to call her the wrong name. I mean, I'm sure she's gotten it before for people like me that, you know, try to say everything phonetically, but still, like, there's nothing better than the sound of one's name. And Alicia says, it was pizza night with a side of Uno and Mario Kart. That's so cute. Oh, that's so fun. Jamie says, agreed. It's really weird that 100 years ago is 1925. Yeah. And it's only going to get weirder. Although I'm sure most every generation kind of feels that way. I know that it's been pretty prevalent for us. And I think part of that too is I know for like millennials and Gen Z, we're considered like the most nostalgic generation as well. Like we just have so many intense ties to things that we loved when we were kids. So like for me to think about, I don't know, the 90s, you know, things that were really popular in the 90s or like 2000s. I mean, even into the 2010s, to consider that, you know, something like, okay, like take SpongeBob SquarePants. Okay, like SpongeBob, I think, didn't that come out in the year 2000? To think that like SpongeBob could be over 20 years old is a really weird thing. So yeah, it just, I don't know. My concept of time, I have no concept of time anymore. I have to tell people that all the time. Like ever since COVID, something could have happened 4 months ago, and I think that it happened last month. I get really confused anymore. I can't keep anything straight. I had something that happened at work that I was dealing with on Monday, and I was talking to a contractor, and I'm like, "Oh yeah, we did this, you know, back in February." Turns out we had taken care of something back in November of last year. It wasn't February of this year. It was 4 months prior to that. Had no idea. Had to find it in an email. I can't do it anymore. I don't know what happened. JB says the 50th anniversary of Jaws is currently freaking me out. My grandma Julie went and saw that in theaters with her best friend, and she told me that they used to just scream. You know, and I don't have to say which part it was, but there's like one part of the film where there's a jump scare, and that's where they screamed. Tokana says, nope, 20 years ago was the 80s. Yes, yes. I completely understand that feeling. Absolutely. Oh, that's so funny. Well, I'm looking, and because we're only at like the 4 hour mark, we didn't spend a whole lot of time talking this evening. I'll let you all decide. We can do a first person to answer, we'll get it. We can do a 30-minute sprint or a 45-minute sprint. So we can either end early tonight or, you know, a little bit closer to that 5 hour mark. So just let me know. Jamie says post-COVID time is definitely different than pre-COVID. It absolutely is. And here's the thing, like I remember COVID pretty vividly, but I remember like a specific time of it, and I'm recognizing that I like lost all sense of time even like after that. Like like I think about the fact that I've been with Keaton for 3 years, and I'm like, where did those 3 years go? Like I have memories from them. I obviously know that the 3 years have happened, but it doesn't feel like it's been that long. It's just strange. And Alicia says 45. All right. I'm sorry, Robert. We got everybody else beat it with the 45. Zach says, I've seen Jaws in theaters 4 times, various re-releases. Oh, that's cool. That's fun. I've never seen Jaws in theaters, but I have seen the film. I think I've only actually seen Jaws in its entirety once. And Anne says, I remember going to see Jaws with my mom and sitting in the chair backwards the entire movie. I love that. Represent 39. Oh. What's the number that's funnier than 24? 25. All right. Then that means that our last question of the evening is going to be, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? It could be big, could be small, could be something that happened 5 minutes ago or something that happened. Well, we didn't see each other last week. So yeah, just, I mean, if you want to, you could do it over the last 2 weeks since we missed talking last time. That's fine too. And Alicia says, I have never seen Jaws. It's on my list to watch. Definitely a classic. It's kind of like when we were talking earlier about American Psycho, where it's just one of those movies that's referenced so much that you kind of want to know why there's so many pop culture references. At least I do. I only just, oh God, I see, I'm going to say this and I'm like, was it this year? I think it was this year that I watched Terminator for the first time. If it wasn't this year, it was like late last year. I'll have to ask Keaton. He's better at remembering the timeline of things than me. But I think it was this year. But I still have yet to see Terminator 2, which is the one that's better, I am told, by everybody. So I gotta Got to do that. See, and Zach says, exit Jaws overhaul at least 40 times first time when I was, wait, exit Jaws overhaul at least 40 times first time when I was around 6. I don't understand what you're saying. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm voice typing. Exit was I've seen. Oh, you've seen Jaws overall, not overhaul. Okay, you've seen Jaws overall at least 40 times. Okay, I got you. Thank you. Jamie says, well, now the time to see it on the big screen. Oh, now's the time to see it on the big screen with a crowd. Absolutely. Alicia says, I know Universal did a tribute store and add a Jaws popcorn bucket. That would be fun. And Swank says, I saw it in the cinema when it came out. That's cool. And Anne says, finished reading Finnegan's Wake. Just don't know what I read. Oh no, I hate it. I hate it when I read books like that. There have been books that I've finished before that I just have to sit and I just talk with myself, like try to talk myself through the book to make sure that I didn't miss anything. Those books are just, that's always when I know that I read something that was really weird, is when I just sit there and I'm like, do I know what I just read? I'm pretty sure I do, but I have to double check. All right, everybody. I'll give you your final 45. Let me know what thing you've accomplished that you're proud of. I'll see you in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I was not very productive during that sprint at all, but that's totally okay. My brain's tired. I recognize I needed a break. So, before we left, I asked you all the question, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week, or it could be the last 2 weeks, that you were proud of? I would say my biggest thing is like planning this outing for all of our employees to go to, and it's a ticketed event. And I coordinated the entire thing and got 350 tickets, and I only currently have 20 that are left in hand that I have one more week to get out to people. So that feels really good to know that, like, the majority of people who wanted to go like have gotten their tickets. We're probably going to have really good attendance again, as long as the weather holds out and everything is nice outside. It'll be good. So I'm just very hopeful. It's a big deal for me and my boss, like, for me to be doing this event, because normally I can't, like, nobody can get approval for things like this. So I was able to, because of the nature of, like, how much I care about my job and, how good I am with the employees and the planning and everything. So if this goes really well, that would, that would mean a lot for me. So just wish me luck with that. We'll find out. Well, I'll find out next Friday how that goes, and I'll be able to report back to all of you hopefully by the following week. So, yay. And Anne said the first and last sentence were one sentence. Are you talking about the Finnegan's Wake? Robert says, Shorty, September, the whole Horoko Oyamada is 89 pages, so I'll go with that. There you go. That's not very long at all. And Swank says, sorry, got to go. Have a good one. See you next week. You won't, though, Swank. Well, unless, okay, you will if you come on Thursday. Remember, everybody, I will be here for book club on Thursday. And Stina says, I'm back trying to catch up, fix some stir fry for dinner. That sounds pretty good. He said, I can't make book club next week. I'm sorry to hear that. I didn't reread the book, but I do remember thinking it was really good. Well, that bodes well. I'm happy to hear that. You said, I'm not doing Shorty September, but I'm doing Scientific September and Series September. There's a lot of September ones. And Stina says, I learned how to pronounce. Oh, yes. We would, oh God, didn't you say it was Weedy? Reedy? I feel like I've already forgotten. Stina says, anybody know if Space Opera September is happening this year? No clue. Anne says, I learned that the supplement turmeric does help with joint pain. Oh, wait, I just realized. So I always say that wrong. Isn't it turmeric? I spent my whole life saying turmeric, and then I got with Keaton, and he's like, you mean turmeric? And I'm like, I guess I just don't pronounce things properly. But that's good if it does help with joint pain. That's great. And Jamie said, my accomplishments for the week include securing the patterns I needed for my grandkids' Halloween costumes. Nice. Purging a box of scrapbooking supplies I didn't need and giving them to a neighbor. And finding 2 books, 3 by the end of tonight. Or finishing 2 books. That's awesome. That's really awesome. Stina says, dang, time is sneaky. My alto saxophone turns 100 this year. You have an alto sax that's 100 years old? That's really cool. Stina says, my accomplishment is getting the Chevy service for the first time in 2 or 3 years. In my defense, we only drove it about 1,500 miles in all that time. Well, I'm glad that you got that taken care of. Getting those fluids changed is important, and those filters. And Andrew says, I've been working out and lost 20 pounds in the last 2 weeks. Was a lot of that water weight, Andrew? I just want to make sure you're doing that healthily. That's a lot of weight to lose in 2 weeks. So congratulations. And Angel says, it usually takes me forever to read, but this week I finished 2 books, The Midnight Feast by Lucy Foley and Carrie. Woohoo! It's awesome. I also tend to read more on vacation. Vacation is a beautiful thing. I love vacation. Zach says, I had dinner, mesquite chicken, and ranch wrap with lots of vegetables. That sounds really good. Angel said, that sounds good, Zach. Stina says, wow, that's a big deal. Alex, good luck. Thank you. Thank you very much. Teresa says, I had a pile of junk in the corner of my dining room and I finally started going through it. Very nice. Jamie says, ate dinner and read another 12 pages. Angel says, I heard black seed oil is good too, and I'm thinking of trying it for myself. Robert says, good luck with the event, Alex. Thank you very much. I will have free beer for everybody and food. So, if that's not a draw, I don't know what the hell is. And Zach says, Dealing with Dragons by Patricia C. Reedy also counts as a shorty. Very nice. Jamie says, thanks for sprints. Looking forward to the book club discussion Thursday. Yes, I hope to see as many of you there as possible. You're welcome to come, even if you didn't read the book and you just want to hang out with us. That's totally fine too. But for those of you who have read the book or are reading the book, I really hope that you have or are enjoying it. I'm personally liking it. I am withholding judgment to see what happens in the second half of the book because I'm basically halfway through it now. So very interested. And I just talked with Kat because I wanted to check on her since she's recovering from COVID, and she told me that she's starting Deacon King Kong tomorrow. So that'll be interesting because she's been spending more time on Gunslinger, which is the one that I need to catch up on, and then she's going to be catching up to me in Deacon. So honestly, it sounds like it's going to work out. So that's just fine. And Robert says, chocolate swan fountain, capybara, Reese's Pieces. Yes, one day, if I'm ever allowed to get that chocolate fountain, Robert, I promise you I will take a picture of it just for you. I really would. So he says, thanks for the sprints and chat. Have a good fortnight, everybody. You as well. Thank you so much. And to everybody, I hope you have a fabulous weekend, that you remain in good health, or if you're not feeling well, that you feel better. And I look forward to seeing you next Thursday. Take care, everybody.